I just realized I forgot to lower my green screen. So, let's do that. Camera doesn't even look aligned, but whatever. That doesn't really matter. Let's fix the green screen though. In fact, the game isn't even showing up. That's not right. Let's fix that first. There it goes. All right. Now let's get into this game I haven't played in since I was a kid. There we go. The fuck is Power Saver? All right. I don't see any symbol at all. There it is. Make it a little bit brighter though. So a single button. Two buttons, grab, interact, and release. And then L's and R's to rotate. Color, context, subtitles. I do remember there are sound-based puzzles. Classic video mode. Enabling this replaces all updated character videos with the classic FMV style videos from the original MYST. Puzzle randomization. Let's go with classic. Since I haven't played this game in 30 years anyways. It's not like I remember the answers to the old puzzles either way.
I realized the moment I fell into the fissure that the book would not be destroyed as I had planned. It continued falling into that starry expanse of which I had only a fleeting glimpse. I've tried to speculate where it might have landed, but I must admit that such conjecture is futile. Still, questions about whose hands might one day hold my MYST book are unsettling to me. I know my apprehensions might never be allayed, and so I close, realizing that perhaps the ending has not yet been written.
Push left stick to move forward. Invert is proper. Okay, why is the stream working properly? Let's see. I went live on Kick, that's working. Went live on Rumble, that's working. Don't go live on Twitch because Twitch sucks. Oh, the graphics on this already look really nice. Let's see, I remember there's supposed to be, okay, the boat is here. And I remember I need to get the boat to rise. What does this button do? Is there a run button? No, this is as fast as you go. Okay, the controls are a bit too sensitive. Really? Okay, that turned the water off. Oh, there's a nose here. Dimensional imager topographical extrusion test for the marker switch diagram 47. Water turbulent pool. I don't know. Well, we'll leave that for now. I do not remember. Pretty much all I remember about this game was I remember a pipe puzzle. I remember a submarine with audio puzzle that was really hard because if you didn't have good headsets, you really couldn't solve that puzzle. And you know, when you're a kid, you can't really be loud with your family around. So if you couldn't really listen to audio, so you know, being in the house with other people, the audio puzzle was basically unsolvable without random luck, which is how I got through it as a kid. There's the library. Okay. So this is the puzzle for the boat. That one is the puzzle for the pipe mission. I remember that. There's the submarine. Should all start in the library though. The blue book and the red book. What did I just do?
You must help me. Bring me a red page. I can't.
Why would they replace the actors with these CG abominations? Serious. I do remember both brothers suck. They're both assholes. Oh, what did that do? Okay. Ah, door switches. The green book. I have called this age Channelwood, and it is a very different world, though it is exactly how I imagined it. It is still amazing to see it with my own eyes. Water covers this age as far as I can see, except for a small rocky island. This was the pipe puzzle, I remember that. Elsewhere, there are only trees which grow directly out of the water. A myriad of thin wooden passageways are built just above the water and disappear into the forest. I assume they were built some time ago, for they appear aged. I am eager to discover more about this land and its people, but I have arrived here late, and I must rest. I was awakened this morning by strange noises coming from a pathway adjacent to one of which I had slept. I saw a group of monkey-like people heading in my direction. They had not seen me yet. I did not feel threatened by their presence. Their response to me was one that I would have never expected. After staring at me for a short time, they fell to their knees and began what appeared to be some sort of ceremonial worship. I tried to speak to them, but they did not understand my language. Instead, they indicated through enthusiastic hand motions that I was to follow them. As we walked, I began to notice that the waters below us were changing colors. Slowly, subtly, they would change from deep blue to muddy orange, then from muddy orange to beautifully clear. Blue, orange, clear. I was so intrigued by the water I had hardly noticed that we had arrived at a ladder. Climbing the ladder led us to their village, which was about 10 meters above the water and could only be reached by rope ladders that stretched from the lower paths to the village level approximately halfway up the grand trees. It is very interesting watching these people carry out their daily tasks. Even after watching them for hours, I did not understand exactly what they were doing. "What's up, Herv?" At sunset, they motioned for me to follow. I followed the creatures to the doorway of an enormous hut. Strangely, once inside, again from this top, but this time in an ASMR voice. Strangely, once inside, I found that the hut appeared even larger than it had from the outside. The walls were garnished with bright metals, and in the center of the hut sat the leader of these people. At least he appeared to be their leader, for he sat a meter off the floor in a thick throne. Guards surrounded the strong creature, who was dressed in many exotic, colorful fabrics. Next to the leader sat a very old human. At least to some extent, he appeared human. His hair, which was only his face and his head, was completely gray, almost white, and hung very long around his frail body. His thin head hung limply by an almost grotesque neck that could not hold its head up and look at me. But what a surprise! This creature could barely speak my language. Shortly thereafter, I was given a bed with some hand motions that looked to be telling me to go to sleep. There, you want ASMR voice? I'm not doing it. It hurts. I'm recovering from a cold, so doing that low register is a bit harder. I look forward to learning more. As I suspected, the ancient creature is a human, but he is old beyond his own reckoning and seems almost insane. However, the tree dwellers almost revere him as a god. They are treating me now in the same fashion, which makes me feel very uncomfortable, as my mother would say. It is almost impossible to understand this old man. His voice is feeble but wild. He has adopted much of the language of the tree dwellers. He himself told me that he had not spoken our own tongue in ages. Well, I use Ludens, not Fisherman's Friends. I got a whole bag of Ludens. that I've collected over the years. He attempted to explain to me the history of this place. The following is my best translation of what he has told me. Many years ago, the humans and the tree dwellers lived together in this place, which was then a vast island. They interacted very little. The humans dwelt on the ground, and the tree dwellers lived high above the humans. Occasionally, the island was disturbed by mysterious rumblings which happened randomly. Some sort of tectonic or volcanic action, I suspect. The sometimes slight, sometimes heavy tremors would only last a short time. They would stop, allowing everything to return to normal. I'm reading this and I'm thinking that today's kids, you see these videos on TikTok of kids trying to pronounce some of these words and they have no idea about pronunciation or phonics. Would they be able to read this kind of stuff and understand exactly what they're reading? Some of these words are, high school level, like tectonic, catastrophic. They're high school level today. I would consider them middle school level when we were growing up. One day, things changed. The rumbling began and grew quickly to unprecedented levels. Soon, it became apparent that the entire island was sinking slowly into the ocean around them. Many of the humans died that day, but not before sacrificing themselves in order to stop the sinking of the island. The humans who lived through this catastrophe moved into the trees where they gradually died out, maybe because they were unequipped for such environment, but I am not sure. This is the story the old man communicated to me, although many details are very unclear in my mind. I am especially confused as to how the humans saved the island from completely sinking. In fact, I doubt the accuracy of this part. Was the original version of this in cursive? Because I feel like this would have been in cursive, but instead they've got this, cursive style print because kids these days can't read cursive. Yeah, when we were growing up, there was something called Hooked on Phonics. I remember the commercials. Hooked on Phonics worked for me. Whatever happened to that? In fact, I doubt the accuracy of that part of the story. The island must have stopped on its own. Yet the old man believes in the truth of the story as if he had been there, and the tree dwellers worship him, and apparently all humans as if they were heroes or gods. You're on phonics? The old man ended our conversation today with an event which I will never forget. He began gripping my hands tightly, murmuring something about rest and asleep. He then said, "We had expected you to come sooner." The actions filled me with a sort of immediate dread. With much effort, he stood to his feet. I tried to help him, but he pushed me away with more force than I imagined his frail body contained. The tree dwellers quietly surrounded him with very solemn faces. They then knelt before him. Knelt or kneeled? They then kneeled before him. Wouldn't the word be knelt because it only has one syllable? Generally, you only do kneeled or ed in a word that has two or more syllables, while non-ed would be one or two syllables with two being optional. But kneel is one syllable. Wouldn't it be knelt? Oh, you're seeing if the old game was cursive. Whoops, I did not mean to exit the book. Let's go back to where we were. Damn it. If I move the left stick, it auto exits the book. What's up, Sledge? Where was I? Oh, it started me exactly where I was. Then they knelt before him. He walked to each and placed his hand on their heads. Knelt, yes. All the while he murmured words which I did not understand. Finally he turned to me and smiled. Then he closed his eyes and walked out the door and off the narrow path. With high in the trees, the tree dwellers were silent. They began a procession down the nearest rope ladder. As I was descending, I saw several of them pick up the body. He had fallen onto a lower level of walkway, and carry it away. He was laid down at the dead end of a short pier like a structure. With the use of some potion, one of the tree creatures lit the pier on fire, and I watched as the flames engulfed him. At this As this strange funeral proceeded, the waters around the pier changed to dull green. From a quick glance, it was not in cursive, but it was very poor resolution. Maybe. I I have the original game. Hold on. This is my original. Uh-oh. Hold on. My Stream Deck did not start. I can't switch the screens. This game is actually one of the easier point and click adventures. So, if you can't beat this, my Stream Deck's not working. All right, I'll do it manually. Anyways, this is my original copy of the game that I bought when it first came out when I was like 12. So, it's got the original disc and CD. I've got the manual, actual paperwork. It did also come with a notebook for you to write your notes down, and I threw that out a long time ago. Journeyman Project. I never played that one. Where was I? This morning I awoke, finding it hard to even believe the previous evening's events. The water is a dull green for as far as I can see now. For some reason, the water no longer shifts color. As I wander throughout the pathways, the creatures watch me, curious to see what I will do next. They are constantly offering me strange objects of affection. I even found food outside the doorway to my room in which I had slept. Would your modern PC interpret that CD as a virus? Probably not, but it definitely would not be able to run outside of a DOS box. Actually, no, this is Windows 3.1. So, Windows 3.1 runs in DOS box, right? I don't know. Either way, my original copy of the game. This is a unique race of beings. I hope to learn the language soon so that I may learn more from them. I try to do everything I try to do is a blind playthrough, especially if the game is short. I have lived on this world for 3 months off and on. The tree dwellers have shown great hospitality. I am even see. Could a kid today pronounce the word hospitality? Hospitality. That's hospitality. How would they pronounce that if they don't know phonics? I'm even beginning to learn bits of their language. I have decided to return home for an extended stay with my loving wife and my sons, and hopefully return with them. However, I am sure is the old man the one writing this? It's been so long since I played, I don't remember the story. All I remember is the two sons are assholes. However, I am sure Catherine will once again refuse. I think this age would be a wonderful experience for them all, and I at least look forward to how Cirrus and Achenar will react to its curious inhabitants. Yes, Cirrus and Achenar are the two brothers. So this is the old man. Catherine is staying behind, as expected. My sons have returned with me, and they enjoy this age very much. They get along very well with the tree dwellers and are picking up their language surprisingly fast. I have no doubt that it will not be too long until they can speak with the tree dwellers much better than myself. I am leaving tomorrow to check on Osmoan age. Osmoan age. See, even I have problems with that word because that's not a word. So Osmo Ian. It could also be Osmoian. But I would think Osmoan and something to do with, osmosis. Cirrus has suggested that I allow him and his brother to stay, though the idea unsettles me. I know the boys are growing up rapidly. The hospitality of these creatures is such that I could think of no better place to leave them alone for a short while, so I will consent to their request. I warn the boys not to take advantage of the respect the tree dwellers have for their ideas. I'm still recovering a little bit from this cold, so pronouncing the word tree is I keep saying twee, and it's getting to me. I'm gonna get a cough drop. I'll be right back. Well, I mean, reading the Old Testament would not be an issue for me. Remember, I'm Jewish, so I grew up, reading that in Hebrew school. So that would sort of just come naturally. Osmoian. Where was I? I warned the boys not to take advantage of the respect to the tree dwellers have for their ideas. They seem to understand my warning, and I have faith they will follow it. They won't follow it. The brothers are assholes. Much to my dismay, upon arriving in the Everdunes, I learned that Pran and her people are continuing to be menaced by the Chachtik. Yes. No, I'm Jew-ish. I fear for their survival and plan on returning to her shortly after checking on Cirrus and Achenar here. See Everdune's journal for more information. After watching Cirrus and Achenar, I see they are handling things very well, and I think I can put to rest any fears about leaving them in Channelwood again. And for a little longer time. The tree dwellers seem slightly distressed that I am leaving, but are happy that Cirrus and Achenar are staying behind. I've been gone for over 3 days and have been to many different places. I had to tell Cirrus and Achenar about Pran's death today. Oh no, Pran died! I don't know who Pran is. And they were visibly shaken, although they only remember her from their childhood. Catherine has suggested that it would be wise for Cirrus and Achenar to leave Channelwood for a while, and I have to agree. They will be returning with me when I leave again. I told my sons that they will be returning with me in 2 days. They spent the entire night telling me of an adventure they experienced in my absence, and it was rather remarkable. It seems they constructed a boat with the creatures and traveled some ways out into the surrounding waters. I enjoy hearing them talk excitedly of their adventures and am reminded of my own adventures as a child. Who's Julian Edelman? Or Edelman? I finally understand why the tree dwellers have been giving me their many inks and insisting I write with them. Looking through some of my past entries, I see now that the inks have changed from the black. Changed from the black? I thought they were to various different colors. I have shown some of the creatures my journal, and they have laughed and howled. I did not know they had such sense of humor. Even now, I look through this very colorful journal, and I cannot help but laugh myself. I mean, they look very colorful to me. This is purple, and the next one's green. We will be returning tomorrow, so my sons are with the creatures for the last night here. They have told me they would like to come to Channelwood again, and I asked if they can visit some other ages alone. Though I will have to think over their request, I believe they have proven to me that they are trustworthy and responsible. They're not. Catherine will also have to help me decide whether they are ready for travel alone. For now, I must give my farewells to the creatures, for I do not know how long it will be until I visit this age again. Okay, let's take a screenshot of this. I'm going to do it with my phone. It's easier to look at than... Man, I remember writing this in the books. The journal that came with the game. Okay, there's more books. Let's start with the Channelwood age, since that's the one I picked up first. All right, so this is Akanar. I don't like. Hold on. I don't like this. Let's save. Let's change it to classic video mode.
See you.
I believe I have to load. I don't like these CG abominations. It should be real life actors, like the original.
Yes.
Much better. Much better.
Are you? See you. Cannot. Help me.
Why are there no subtitles though?
Bring blue pages. Never and ever. Pages.
Like, why would they replace the FMVs of real actors with CG abominations? That just seems wrong to me. Elevator. Labor theory of value, fucking commies, right? Library, huh? Can they rotate that? No. Hmm. It has been so long since I played this game that I do not remember the answers to any of the puzzles. So this is essentially a blind playthrough for me. All right. So I pointed it towards the channel wood. Oh, what's this? What do I have to... Okay, so that's too much. Power to ship. Okay, so this is for the ship. Yes, you're correct, Herb. You had to walk around screen by screen. In fact, I know this version that just came out 2 weeks ago has VR mode as well, so you can actually use your PSVR in it. Oh, what? I don't remember any of this shit. All right, so I gotta set that to a specific time. I don't have a Switch, so that's kind of irrelevant to me. All right, I don't remember how to get into the channel wood, so let's see the next one. The Stone Age, the Selenic Age, and the Mechanical Age. What is this book? Oh, I remember this. And I remember there's a way to fail the game by entering the old man's fireplace without the white page. The Stone Age. Emmett was the first to live on the rocks. He named them rocks because that is what they were, a group of sharp rocks clustered together in the middle of a large sea. This was where Emmett lived. He enjoyed his life. Emmett would occasionally swim to nearby rocks as if it was never too far of a distance. One day, another person appeared on the rocks for no apparent reason to Emmett. Emmett named this new person Branch. Emmett and Branch quickly became friends, swimming and hunting for fish together. This other person didn't have his own name. You just had to name him. Emmett showed Branch the simple cave in which he lived on the largest rock. Soon Branch discovered a place where he decided to live, also on the same large rock. The sun always shone brightly in their world, and the water was always dazzlingly clear, allowing them to see almost to the deep ocean floor which surrounded them. Though the sun always shone, it was never too hot for the boys. A light breeze always came from the north and cooled the area down. One day, while Branch was swimming and having fun in the water, he noticed another boy swimming. Branch brought the new boy. Oh, you can't bring a third person to a duo. Branch brought the new boy to Emmett to find out what they called the new boy. Emmett said they should be called Will. Will was soon a part of the group, and all three of the boys swam and enjoyed their perfect world. At least that is the story I was told when I arrived today on the island. Emmett, Branch, and Will were surprised to see me at first, but even before the night ended, we were all becoming good friends. Today, the second day on this newly created age, a strange thing happened. It was not strange to me, but the three boys did not understand what was happening. While I was relaxing under a large tree on one of the smaller rock islands, it began to rain. It was a nice rain that lasted for about an hour in the morning. I explained to the boys that the rain was not harmful, yet they obviously still feared it. Before going to sleep tonight, I told the boys I would leave the following day. I told them that while I was gone, I would make a surprising change in their world. They didn't understand, not that I expected them to. I still do not fully understand what happened today. I was experimenting with the art, testing the limits of the rules as dictated to me by father. Okay, so which brother is writing this? I attempted to create a boat by writing it into the world. I thought everything was planned correctly, yet somehow the boat had become gripped by the rock and broken in half. Although this test did not turn out as I had hoped, I now have answers to a few of the questions my father never answered. As for the boat, I can see the boys enjoyed it anyways. Anyway, you know, you still can't get past that word anyways. Not a real word, but we love that word. I can see the boys enjoy it anyway, and with that, I am pleased. They have played on it all day. Even though the boat cannot move, I have enjoyed studying from it. It is a much sturdier platform than the jagged rocks. In the course of my observations, I have learned some very interesting things regarding the solar system of this age. The nights are absolutely beautiful here. I have made note of and named a number of the constellations that pass above me. Also during the night, I catch glimmers of light from the horizon, which I have not been able to discover if it is created by some natural phenomenon, or by additional people on far-off islands or rocks. Anyways is not a word. It's not a real word. It was never a word. It was just a slang that we as kids started using. So I guess technically that makes it a real word because that's how etymology works. No words are technically real until people start using them as words. I should very much like to discover which. I rather suspect it is additional people, which would explain the appearance of Branch and Mill. The rain today was slightly heavier than usual. Just when the boys were getting used to the light rains, a small storm arrived. They were frightened of the heavier rain, not to mention the thunder and lightning. If rain has never fallen here until recently, as the boys tell me, I would like to discover why it is falling now. Regardless, like the word irregardless, that's not a word either. At least it wasn't until people started using it. I have decided to return home for a short while. I have also been thinking of some plans for a lighthouse that I hope to construct soon. I think that perhaps by shining a bright light toward the horizon, it might prove my suspicions regarding additional inhabitants. They would be curious about the light and travel to discover its source, if they have the means. I returned with many tools that I will need for construction of the lighthouse. I've decided that once the lighthouse is completed, I will leave for some time and let the world's... See, I've always had a problem with the word world, even as a kid. Even today, I have a problem pronouncing that word. It is a very simple word, but world is always how it comes out when I say it, and people have commented on how I can't say that word properly. World's own imagination have control. We have worked 3 weeks on the lighthouse now and are making great progress. The rocks that we are building on seem to not be as secure as I would like. I have to alter my plan slightly. But those alterations pose no real problem. Irregardless is not pretentious. Irregardless is slang. It's not pretentious at all. It's actually a very low-class word, not pretentious. The boys are quite strong and have been helping me immensely. I estimate construction will be done within 2 days. The lighthouse is finished and we are all proud of our creation. The boys are amazed at the structure wrought from rock with their own hands. Wrought. I doubt many kids today can pronounce the word wrought. That evening, but then they could pronounce the word right, so maybe they could do wrought. That evening, we powered up the generator, much to the boys' dread at first, and shined a great light to the horizon for many hours. I stayed the night in the top of the lighthouse, and in the morning awoke to observe the sunrise without my being coated with the chilly blanket of ocean dew I had become accustomed to. It was Will who first saw the girl. She was swimming not far from the boat where Will was getting ready to hunt for fish. Then Will noticed a man not too far away from the girl. Emmett was very pleased to meet the additional neighbors. I feel pleased to leave this age. I have set in motion events that have nothing to do with writing or the art, that will have a more profound impact on this world than I could have ever written. Hold on, let me read that sentence again. I have set in motion events that have nothing to do with writing or the art that will have a more profound impact on this world than I could have ever written. Okay, now the sentence makes sense. I put the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable, and that screwed everything up. I think. Oh, Stone Age, bird's eye view. Let's take a picture. I think of this age as a gift to myself that I will wrap up and open someday in the future, only to discover that it has changed so much that indeed it is a surprise. Besides, I have yet another new age that awaits me. It seems I'm going to need some way to travel underwater in this new age, and so much planning is in order. I hate the submarine mission because of the audio, but that was when you were a kid and you didn't have nice headphones to hear the audio cues in the audio puzzle. It has been 10 years since I left this age, which I have since called the Stone Ship Age. Upon returning, I cannot believe the changes that have taken place. The original 3 boys have grown into adults, and there are many new faces that I do not recognize. Branch told me that it has not rained for 7 years, and the cool breezes are back again. They are all very content, and have been serving me with new foods and showing me new materials they have discovered. It seems they have found gold somewhere. I see it in many forms around the island. My lighthouse has been kept in perfect condition, and it looks as if they tried their very best to keep it so. Yet I have noted that the entire rock it was built on has sunk approximately 40 or 50 centimeters. Approximately. I want to see a kid today pronounce that word. After a wonderful visit with my old friends, I wonder aloud with them what things will be like here in another 10 years. And constellation, definitely need a picture of that. And these are the markers on the boat puzzle, it looks like. So I guess I'll have to look to see what constellations are in the puzzle and then light up those pictures. All right, let's see if I can do the boat puzzle. I definitely don't want to do this puzzle because you can actually get the worst ending in the game by doing that puzzle early. I do remember that. Okay, so where do I see the constellation? It would be in here, right? So I'll have to turn the power generator, which is this. Whoops. For some reason, inverted is not working properly. It's just not making sense for me. So let's turn invert off, which is weird because I usually play games inverted. But for some reason in this game, the inverted isn't making sense to me. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Inverted makes sense for when I'm walking, but when I'm doing the puzzles, can I set it so that it's not inverted during the puzzles? Doesn't look like it. I'd rather have the inverted for walking. All right. Oh. Oh. So I need to know a date. Is there a date on the boat? Oh shit. What's going on here? Why is there a switch on that? I'm surprised there's no run button. Well, let's continue reading. There was no date on this at all, huh? So maybe I need to go up 10 years. Yeah, there's no date listed here. It has been a while since I've heard only silence, and I enjoy it greatly. I think. For some reason, I do not feel altogether welcome in this new world in which I have arrived. But how could I be unwelcome in an age with no inhabitants? It is, of course, only in my head. This world is very beautiful, but I think I have yet to ever write in a journal that an age I have linked to is horrid or disgusting. From the grassy hill where I am standing, I can see green fields below, along with a few scattered forests. A rather large lake looms some distance from where I am standing. Yet the water's blue can be seen plainly from here. The air is fresh, the sky is sparkling. The sky is sparkled with white clouds. It is absolutely breathtaking. And yet, that strange feeling again. Perhaps it is the hot breeze that continues to blow from the north. Hotter than I would have imagined, it almost singes my skin, and I feel quite uncomfortable when it comes. I will try to ignore it. Night has almost arrived, and the sunset is spectacular. Spectacular! Oranges and reds have settled above the western horizon. Though night has come, the horizon still glows red, long past the sunset. Dark reds flow from the horizon and blend into the black sky. Again, the feeling, and I am beginning to believe it is not all in my head. I must sleep now. I will need my strength to explore more tomorrow. I have had to return home due to an unpredictable natural occurrence more frightening than I have ever experienced. I was awakened by terrible shakings in the ground and explosions on all sides of me. Gigantic balls of fire were falling from the sky, and I immediately left in fear of my life. I must remember to bring a MYST linking book with me when I return. In this case, the one left there has been destroyed or damaged. I have returned to a different world than the one I left only 3 months ago. It has been transformed into a barren desert land with only gigantic craters scattered across the land to provide variety. Strangely enough, the small grassy hill where I spent my first night remains exactly the way I found it. Apparently, the falling meteors did not hit this area, leaving an oasis in the midst of this horrible desolation. The hot winds I remember has turned into a rather the hot wind I remember has turned into a rather pleasant breeze, which is at least one improvement. I fear it is the only improvement. The magnificent lake I saw on my first visit is now completely dried up. However, another lake now exists and appears to be quite a bit larger. I imagine one of the falling meteors created this lake due to its circular shape and the jutting rock that grows out of the center of the lake. The rest of this world seems like a desert, although I will verify that statement with closer inspection. Though this world has little visual excitement to offer, it offers much to the ears, sounds constantly flowing through my ears, and I have found where a few of them originate. It seems, as Catherine says, I do find beauty in everything. Last night I was awakened by horrible hissing. I was sweating and the heat was so intense that I immediately dipped my head in a nearby stream to cool it down. The hot breezes had returned, along with a low roar from the ground. Another volcano is coming. Another eruption, for that matter. I walked a short distance to observe some red flames shooting up from the earth. Suddenly, the ground began to crack and a huge chasm opened. The chasm continued to grow until it was far too wide to cross. Then the tumult subsided, leaving only a dull roar. I have decided, however, I can use the chasm to my advantage. Perhaps the heat from the chasm can be harnessed. Collect heat, radiance. Oh, I'm seeing a number 43. So let's take a picture of that. Even the chasm has ripped into the surface of this world. It has opened up a whole new. Even as the chasm has ripped into the surface of this world, it has opened up a whole new world to explore. Although uncomfortably hot, I find it possible to reach a cave in the chasm that had been created. And have now explored deep into this sentence does not make sense to me. And I have now explored deep into the crust of this planet. Right? Or, and having now explored deep into the crust of this planet, comma, I have found a vast underground cave system that will take many years to map and explore. I'll see you later, Herv. I will also look for a safer way to reach the underground through the chasm as well. Why did my stream not get posted on the Discord? Let me link it. It's, what am I using here? I'm using Streamcord, right? Yeah, Streamcord. Should have linked it on the Discord. Streamcord. Visit dashboard. Let's see. Yeah, it should go, but it didn't. Oh well. No. I will also look for a safer way to reach the underground than through the chasm wall. This age seems to change on its own, so I feel I should leave again and see if things are different when I return. It is also important that I check on Cirrus and Achenar. Okay, so this is the father writing. He also mentioned Catherine, so that makes sense. And make sure everything is going along well. When I return, I also hope to bring back some tools I will need for my plans to explore the underground. The abundance of raw materials here is beginning to amaze me. I have returned with some complex tools I knew I would be needing. I assumed I would have to return for more basic materials, however. It seems as though I will be able to find everything I need here. Of course, iron is abundant, but I have also found titanium occurring naturally. Natural titanium! Damn, that's pretty good. I am all the more excited to begin work. Everything is set, and I look forward to tomorrow. My raw materials are all here. I think I will be able to have most of my additions to this age completed within 1 year. I so love working with my hands. Whether writing or building, I began today on the blah. And fade. Okay, definitely pictures I want. We've got clockwise on the compass. 3 meters is not enough to support the beams. Amazingly strong. This is the rocket age, the scientific age. Price preventions. Could never have imagined it come together quite as blah, blah, blah. I doubt could possibly work with 14 instead of 8. Completely fatigued. I am so happy to have completed. I am leaving today in order to bring back Cirrus and Akanar. I have left them alone in Chettlewood. I believe they will enjoy all there is to see here. This age seems to have stabilized. I believe the meteor set off a period of volcanic activity by piercing into the shallow crust, but the tremors have become few. I have just noticed that a large amount of this journal has curiously vanished from the very pages on which I wrote over the last 18 months. Fortunately, I have copied many of my construction notes in another journal. I do not understand the many mysteries of this world, but I trust I will discover logical answers to my questions. I have a feeling that many of my questions can be answered in another age, to which I hope to travel soon. But for now, I must simply accept this world's mysteries and take pride in my accomplishments. All right, musical puzzle. I hate the musical puzzle. But it's nice being able to take photos instead of having to write the stuff down in a journal. And now the mechanical age book. Before arriving in this age, I was determined that it would be a journey to a world very different from my previous adventures, and it was. The sky here is dark and gray, and incessantly displays flashes of lightning in the distance. I met a very old man with a long beard and hair that hangs to his waist. He is very feeble and has trouble even moving. This man has obviously been through very many things in this strange world, and I have learned many things from him. He has told me an interesting story of this world's history. Years ago, he told me, there was a beautiful city that rose up out of the water. It housed many people inside its walls, and the people had everything they wished for. The city was surrounded by 3 high hills, which rose higher than the city. On the east hill of the city rested a large lookout post. The people of the city had constructed the post, expecting visitors to arrive from the east. The people had no means of traveling on the water, which forced them to merely wait for friend or foe. As time passed, friendly visitors brought rumors of an enemy that existed beyond the horizon. The people grew fearful, yet nothing happened. One day, the usually sunny sky became as dark as sackcloth, and black ships appeared on the horizon. The lookout posts attempts at why do a dash there, and not just go another sentence like they've been doing in previous parts. The lookout post's attempts at peace were turned away, and the sentries there were easily overwhelmed. The ships continued to wreak havoc on the city, apparently destroying everyone and everything. After the foundations of the city were destroyed, the city sunk deep in the ocean, and only the lookout post remained. Maybe a different writer, maybe this is Akinus writing. The black ship sailed away. The man continued to say that 8 people had hidden and managed to survive through the attack. In the 9 years since the attack, 2 of the survivors had died. He also said that it was rumored that 10 years from the attack, the enemy would return to finish the destruction they had started so long ago. So in 1 year. I have decided, since hearing the man's story, it would be admirable to save the civilization and stop the enemy's plans of destruction. I am excited about the adventure that awaits me, and the idea has sparked in my mind to provide needed defense for these people. I met the remaining survivors today and have begun work on a plan for protection. After a short absence, I have returned to this age with my 2 sons. Okay, it's not Achenis, it's the father whose name I don't remember, or they haven't revealed yet. They have, as of yet, traveled rarely with me, and they are understandably excited to be here. They have grown considerably since Everdunes, and it is already obvious to me that they will be great help this time, instead of the nuisance they have been in the past. All three of us, along with 4 of the healthier survivors, began construction today. We are building upon the old city ruins, which will provide a perfect foundation for our fortress. My sons have been spending much of their spare time on the South Island, where most of my materials are stored. I am very pleased with their intelligence, and their creativity is refreshing to see as they work on some small projects of their own. Why is there a picture of stairs? It has been over 4 months now, and construction is going well. My sons love the world except for its gray sky. They detest the gray sky, and tell me many times they wish the sky were like the blue sky in MYST. The old man I first talked to tells me that the enemy is due in 4 months. I feel we will be ready when the time comes. The man reminds me of Emmett in many ways, and I wonder how Emmett and his people are doing. It has been 6 months of work, and we have finally finished the fortress 2 months ago. It rests between the 3 hills, which are now only islands due to a rising water level that the people experienced after the attack. Inside the fortress, I have designed a most intriguing device. It makes use of technology called holography. Holography. I like that pronunciation best. I began experimenting with on my own visits to Aspermere. It will be working in a couple of days after I compensate for some small miscalculations. This holographic device will enable the survivors to learn to use the fortress. Let's take a picture of that. Man, having a digital camera, so much better. The enemy is due to come soon, and I trust the fortress will provide sufficient protection for all of us. For us all. Okay, another picture. What am I looking at here? Those are the 3 islands and the fortress in the middle. So the fortress is bigger than the islands. The black ship's insignia of the black ship. The black ships have come. Their attack was substantial. Their weapons have stopped, and it appears they have turned away in defeat. I could not help but smile as I watched the boats leave. Last night we had a small celebration, and the old survivors danced their dances of old. My sons did not understand why the sky had not turned back to its original blue. The old man told them that the storms would never end until the enemy was destroyed. I assured my sons that the blue sky was not worth the risk of death, and they seemed to hear me. I have had a healthy adventure and have begun work on a new book. Once again, I must leave a familiar age in search of a new universe where I have begun. But first, I will have an extended time with Catherine, whom I miss very much. I must also return to the people of the tide. I believe in my travels I have found a substance that will ease the pain of their bone ailments that they have long endured. I hope to return to the mechanical age one day and find the population growing and my fortress still strong. Though the sky may always be black, I am confident the people here feel a heavier darkness has been lifted from their shoulders. Okay, there was a number in one of these pictures, a 2-digit number. See if I can find it. What was it? It was 43. Okay, let's try the number 43. Let's try 43. Are there any other books? No. Let's try number 43. And save before I do it, because if I fuck it up, Maybe I brick my game. All right, so we've got 43. Let's fill that out. It's weird not doing this with a mouse. I feel like I want to plug a mouse in so I can do this quicker. Is that right? All right, looks like that did not activate anything. So 43 is not a number to use here. Unless there's another button to push. No. Let's do the boat. Nope, that didn't do it. All right, that changed. Water turbulent pool is 67. What if I do 43 here? Oh, so I have to push that button to change it. Okay. Okay, what does 47 do? 47 turns that on. Oh, so I have to do multiple? So like maybe 43 does do something. Nope. And this does a topographical map. And 67 was the one it started on. And that's just waves. Yeah. So I don't know what switch got turned on. Is it this one maybe? Doesn't look like it. Maybe it's a switch on the boat that I haven't raised yet. Oh, there's a grave. Is this grave for Catherine? Alright, that's the boat switch. Which at the moment does nothing. Because I need to figure out the constellations to raise the boat in the fountain. Let me bring up the photos I just took on my computer. They're easier to see than on the phone. Photos.google.com. Looks like I can't do the rocket ship scientific age yet. Oh, so this doesn't power the this powers this. And that's probably the let's see. Is anything in those books to get started? This wouldn't be the stone ship age. This would be the tree age, right? I forgot what it's called. I gotta set this clock to a specific time. I do remember that. Power to ship. Is there a way to reset this puzzle? If I close the door. No, that didn't reset the puzzle. I open these. No. I didn't even walk over to the ship yet. Oh, there's a ladder here. Okay, so that will be power to the ship. How do I walk back down? I won't be able to open the door to the ship without power, so yeah, that makes sense. Pretty sure I gotta start with the constellations. Wait a minute, why is the ship lit up? What what changed? Why is the ship lit up? And the other stuff not lit up anymore? I just got an email. That's what that ping was. Okay. So I need to set all the levers to up to get them to show up on the map. That's what that does. Alright, so let's set all the levers to up. Okay, good, good. There's no lever down here. There is. It's just across the lake or the ocean. Now, what exactly does this beam do? This button still shouldn't work. Yes. So what does the beam do? It has been so long since I played this game, I do not remember pretty much anything about it. See if the brothers have anything to say.
Monsieur?
Nope, they have nothing to say.
Why?
Okay, does that rotate this? Let's look at what I've got photos for constellations. I don't know what I'm looking at. Ah. So I definitely need dates. But I didn't see anything with dates on them. What am I missing here? What? What did I just do? How did I solve that? I just flipped all the switches that had low noise. I don't know how I solved that. I was listening to the noise. Some of them went up at the end. Some of them went down at the end. I just flipped the ones that went down. If that didn't work, I was going to do the ones that went up. But apparently that worked. So I'll accept it. I don't know what I did to solve that puzzle, but whatever. Well, I know what I did. I don't know why it worked. A blue page? No. New world. Okay. Which world is this? Huh. Okay. The lighthouse over there. A key. Which I cannot use because it's too far from that, huh? Is that what's going on? Yep, that's what it looks like. It's too far. Why can't I climb the ladder? Ah, because they're in the rock. I need the key to make them come out. Okay. Figuring things out. Learning, learning, learning. Ah, so I... Okay, so what we've got in my notes for this one. What do my notes say? It says nothing. This is the Stone Age, it looks like. Bird's eye view. Yes, this is the Stone Age. What is... Why is there light right there? It's just an artifact? Okay. Okay, what did that do? Looks like it didn't change the water. Oh, it did change the water in here. Aha. So I'm making this lighter. So that'll float. Why didn't that work? Why is that not staying steady? Okay. But the water should be back here, and I should be able to get that key now. Yes, there's more slack now. No? I guess not. Okay. It's cool artwork. A red page. Okay, this makes it very hard to click things. Let's try increasing that. I don't know what these settings do, but we'll figure it out. Oh, what drugs is this? These ampules. A lot of interactables. Probably most of them are red herrings. That's the flag of the Black Fleet. I see that. Well, I got the red page. Is that all that this place is for? The red page? Okay. I don't want to give their brothers anything. I remember them being assholes. This one will probably have a blue page. I want the white page for the old man. I remember there were like 5 blue and red pages and 1 white page. Oh, this guy's a freak. Are the Suns the Black Fleet? There's the blue page. Because Cirrus had the flag of the Black Fleet marker. The vault is located on the island of Bleu, achieved very easily. Turn everyone in the on position. Okay. Is there a specific direction I'm supposed to be looking at? I don't know. Maybe have it point towards that. Or maybe I need to have it go the opposite direction of the lighthouse. Hold on. The lighthouse is what number? Just do it by math. The lighthouse is 135. So 360 minus 135 is 225. Let's go 225. Right? No, that math doesn't make sense to me. How do I get the opposite of one direction? The opposite of 135 would be what? The opposite of 135 would be 315. .315 is the opposite direction. That's just a guess. I have no idea. And this would be the return home, I assume? No. What's going on here? What am I looking at? I don't know. I see nothing. How? Why am I able to run all of a sudden? Where did I push? Did I push a button to allow me to run? Why am I able to run? I'm pushing all the buttons. I'm not seeing a difference. Ah. There we go. All right. So now I'm pointing the lighthouse to where? Nowhere. I just turned the power on. Nope, that's not the right one. It was in the middle. Oh. What'd I do? I broke the power. Let's turn the power back on. Or I just ran out of power. Okay, because there's a timer. Okay. Ah, and this is a compass. That's north. And right now I'm facing 235. Should be this one. Nope. Where's the other half of that page, though? I didn't see it on his side. When there's pillow, maybe? Alright, so if it's not the direction I have this, maybe it's the direction of the lighthouse itself, which is 135, which is halfway between 90 and 180, correct? Turn the power back on. Okay, so 90 is that way. Sorry. 0 is that way. So 90 and 135 would be this one. 135. Hey, got it. Solve the compass puzzle. Okay, so what did that do? Okay, so I think I finished that part. Finished that part. Only this part's left. Was this all the way to the left? Whoops. Controls can be a bit screwy. Do I need power? Doesn't look like it. But this is lit up now. Ah, I guess this is the. I guess I finished this age. Stone ship. Found the way back from stone ship. Okay, finish the stone ship age. I'll be right back. All right. How do I bring up my inventory? Yes, you came back for this. Oh yeah, I do not. I do not want to give them their pages. They're assholes. Hmm. Oh. So I finished the stone ship age. Now what am I supposed to put on the clock? I remember when I did the clock puzzle, eventually like stones would pop up for me to walk across. But what is the clock supposed to be? Is it listed anywhere? Hmm. Let's see what the photos I took. Let's see if the I finished the stone ship age, so let's delete that photo. Uh, I don't know. I can also delete the constellations because that was to get into the stone ship area. I I don't see any clocks in the or anything that represents time in the photos I've taken from the book. What am I missing? I don't know. Maybe I can go up here. Still can't switch off the library. Maybe this changes something over here. Nope, still says library. Nope. Township's done. Science? No, I think science would be the ship. And I'm not close to that yet. Wait, what was that? What was that? Oh, that was a 43. Yeah, that's the ship. I'm not solving the ship yet. Mechanical age. Mechanical age. Power, black slope. I don't know what I'm looking at here. Stairs. Maybe it's got something to do with this one. Let's go 40. I don't know what I'm looking at here. It's just shapes. Hmm. Looking for anything that looks like it could represent time. Or am I just going to cycle the clock until I hit something right? This would take a while, won't it? I just feel that the levers don't match up the clock. Just brute forcing the puzzle. Wait, it just froze on me. Well, brute forced it. You heard you came back to me not solving puzzles, just brute forcing them. Terrible, absolutely terrible. Okay, now I guess I gotta put the library back. Now that that switch is flipped, point to that switch. That's how that works, right? No? It's not how that works? So what does that library thing do? Oh, there's a button. Okay, mechanical age, 2 levers. Oh, there's numbers on top. I just realized that. Okay, so let's go through what I've got in the pictures. No, this is not the mechanical age. That's scientific. I got nothing. The numbers on top. All right, let's go back to the library. Look at the book. This was the mechanical age, yes. What am I looking at here? If it's a mechanical age, then it probably has to do with this gear over here. Oh, I see it. You match the symbols. So that circle went to that. And so this is a gear symbol, so that will go there. Okay, okay. And let's see, is there anything No. The stone ship age is done, so let's turn that off. Okay, that made a weird sound. Still not seeing anything in here. This is 240. Well, this is 24. Weird. Anything behind? Just brute force the numbers. I guess there's not that many combinations. So. Okay, so I went through all the threes there, right? Yes. Alright, so let's do the ones. Alright, so it's not in the ones either. Try 1, 2, 3. I don't think it's in the ones, I think it's in the twos. Is there anything in the book? I don't feel. Am I just gonna have to write all these down because I don't want to. Because I don't want to. What's it called? Cycle through them all. Well, I said it's in the twos, so It's not in. I already cycled through all the 1s and 3s. 2-3-3. Did I do that one? I think I did. 2-1-1. Did I do that one? Try 2-1-2 next. Oh, I went too far. So it'll be 2-2-2. Yeah, I want to actually solve the puzzle though. I don't want to brute force it. I feel like brute forcing puzzles just sort of takes the fun out of it. So I did 2-1-1, I did 2-1-2. Let's try 2-1-3 this time. Let's try 2-2-1. Oh, well, 2-2-1 was it. Brute forcing puzzles. I don't like brute forcing puzzles. It just feels cheap. Okay, what did that open up? No. Oh, it probably opened up where the gears. Like, I like actually solving puzzles. It doesn't feel right to brute force it. Alright, so I got the map of this place. 221 area code is not assigned to any area. It's not. I don't remember this age at all from my experience 30 years ago. This looks foreign to me. So this is the 3 islands and the fortress in the middle. There's oil slick here. It's a rocket ship. Your greed sickens me. Your desire for wealth and plunder is never satisfied. I will instruct any subject not to pay your new tax, and you know they'll listen to me. Regards, Achinor. Ooh, red page. Okay. Akinor is the blue page guy. Cirrus is the red page guy. They're both assholes. They're both terrible, terrible people. What am I looking at here? Blue page. So it looks like Cirrus is greedy while Akinor is sadistic. Two terrible children. Yeah, clearly the father placated them. It's always the father's fault. Before I go in there, let's see. I don't know what this does. Cowbell sound. Exhaust. I should write this down. Alright, so we got south is cowbell. East exhaust. See, this is why this was hard when you're younger, because you didn't have headphones like this. Clink. North is Clink. Peace out, Herv. And west is Spin. Because I remember there was a puzzle where you had to know which way to go based on the sounds. So I assume that's it. What did that button do? Halfway floor? Interesting. You can only go halfway from above. Button. Button that does nothing. No? Let's see, does the map show anything? There was nothing in there. This is where it came from. No, I need that for the elevator to be open. The map, I don't see anything on the map that's a giveaway. Let's go back up. Go back to the half floor. Oh, I can walk out. Okay. Ah. All right. Definitely there's two levers. I definitely have a photo of this. Yes, power and track slope. Power on the left, track slope on the right. Cowbell sound. That's south. And south. All right, so if I want to go to the north, Clink. Clink was north. Good. And this will let me get to the North Island, I assume. What is that? Photo time? Alright. So we've got the horseshoe and whatever that is called. Nothing to the east. No, that was north. So I need to go to the east. There's nothing to the west. So I need to go east. And east is what sound? East is exhaust. Good. What does this button do? Ah. Okay. And now let's go back to south, because I've got everything in those areas. And south was what sound? Cowbell. This was a lot easier of a puzzle than the last age, the stone ship. A lot less intricate. Alright, so I got those 4 symbols. I put them? Ah, here. But where they? I took the photos. Where's my photos? Come on, Google Photos, they're not up yet? Come on, it's supposed to be instant. Alright. Do they have to be in a specific order? No. Okay. I wish it was on my computer instead of on my phone. What's the next one? Uh, and half circle. All right. Let's flip this switch off, since I don't need it anymore. Honestly, I don't know what those switches are for. They don't seem to really do anything except light up your map. I know the Science Age is usually the last one to be done. Now, this one with the pipes is usually the first one I remember doing. But I guess I'm doing a third. How? Now, I took half of this picture. The vault is located on the island. Turn everyone to the on position. Each of the markers, turn every marker to the on position. That's what it said. There are two markers I turned off. Let's turn them back on. See, now it's 240. Let's try 240 in here. Nope. The vault is located blank. The island of blank. Island of MYST, I can tell that. Achieved very easily. Instructions are follows. Each of the markers. Turn every... Huh. No. What is the trick to that puzzle? That's the elder wood? Or whatever it's called? The tree place. Channel wood. There's a 3 there. You know, he normally writes out numbers. So if he's using numerals instead of the word, let's see, any other numbers? Just a 3. Okay, so that 3 is nothing. But he does usually write out numbers. So for instance, he wrote 4 months. 3 months right there. So why did he specifically write out 3 here? I feel like that 3 has to be something. I'm not brute forcing this safe. That's 1,000 numbers. Does this have anything to do with it? This room? Marker switch diagram. Let's try that. No, that doesn't tell me anything. Oh, there's another button back here. That doesn't do anything. Maybe this is where I put the 3 in? Nope. don't know. I think I'm kind of lost at this point. Let's see. How many switches are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is there one by over here? 8. 8 switches. Hmm. I brute force the last 2. I do not want to brute force 1,000 buttons. Gotta be a hint somewhere. Should I just start giving pages to the brothers, see what they have to say? I know they're assholes.
Return. Thank you for bringing me red. You must continue. My name is Sirius. I beg you to find the remaining red pages. You must release me from this book, which has become I need more red pages, please.
Why are there no subtitles?
Don't waste time. Look. Don't. My brother. And I wrongfully imprisoned. Have returned. Additional page. Free from my prison on this forgotten island of MYST. I see that you are. I am called Sirius. I need all the red pages. I know. Must search and bring 2 more for the red pages. I am released. I promise. Don't touch the blue pages. That is where my wicked brother distorted mind, senses. It disgusts me. Do not release Aknar. Thirst for destruction is not never ending. Bring the red paint. Please release me from this prison. Promise you will be greatly rewarded. Must help me. Help me.
He gave me no hints. So Akinar's probably not going to give me any hints either. Still stuck on library. Oh, I had to close that. Tower. (724) key. Okay, so that's the safe code. 724. Can I move this? Oh, this gives you the hints of what you're looking at. No wonder I had to breathe first the other one. So I had to use the thing to look at it, and then it would give me the answer. So 724 is the answer to this one. I feel so dumb. Just brute forcing everything. Probably why I always, when I was a kid, I did this one first. Because it was the simplest. It's only 3 numbers. Safe cracker. Ignite. Versus. Is there a specific PSI I'm supposed to leave it at? Okay, this probably turned the tree stump. Yes, okay, so I need to raise it a little bit more. No? Am I going up or down? Well, let's wait for it to come back down either way. Is there a button? Oh, this is gonna be slow. Rode the tree to the highest position. Yeah, nope. I do know there was a trophy for riding this tree up, so I'm gonna get that. Let's delete these photos that I'm done with. There we go. Now I remember this world is pipe puzzles. I do remember that. What was this? The Elderwood? Okay. Nope. Pipe water flowing. No? Aha. These audio cues make it so much easier to see where the water's going. Nothing in here? This place is completely empty. Haven't even found any blue or red pages yet. What time is it? I've been streaming for 3.5 hours. Wow. Didn't even realize. Got lost in the sauce. Wait, I have a map of this place. That would be useful, wouldn't it? I took a photo of the map of this place. Yes. Future Bridge. Oh no, this is a map of the below, right? No. I don't know. Oh, I see. Oh no, that's not a blue page. That's water flowing notice. Damn it. Like little outhouses. Wait. No, 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 no. No, no. I haven't gotten on any pages from in here. I can't leave? Maybe there's something back at the windmill that I missed. Oh, there's this one. Yes, 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 yes. No? Huh. What does that do? It just momentarily turns the water off? For what purpose? Well, I can't leave yet. Gotta be something I missed up here. There. How do I get to there? Okay, it looks like I go that way. And that goes across there. Whole place is a maze. No. No. Okay, so I gotta get to there. No, this is the place I couldn't do before because I didn't have power. Huh. What am I missing? Gotta be some sort of contraption. Some sort of lever or dial or switch. This is where I commented before that there's nothing up here. This is the first one I checked. And this is where I came up. Nothing back here. What am I missing? Oh. Now what did that do? Did that switch the water direction below? Oh, it opened the door. All right. And these are the two brothers' houses, since they're clearly ornate. Well, this one's ornate. Red page. Ooh, the other half of the vault access. There's a third house. That sadistic bastard. Why does he get two houses? That's interesting. That's very bizarre. What is this? Blue page. He's speaking backwards.
I hope I pushed the right button. Very interesting device. I'm not erasing anything important, am I? He is preparing. Remember
Well, got the pages. All right. So this is the end of the Elderwood Channelwood age. Next is the Scientific age. All right. And let's see what the tower says. Tower says 59 volts. Okay. 59. Come on, open. Okay, the first one is 10. Let's write these down. Where's my notepad? Okay, 10. 7. 8. 16th. Five. And the next one is 1. 2. Let me guess, the next one's going to be 3? No, I was wrong. 22. The next one is 19. And 9. All right, I need to hit 59. So I'll go 22 plus 19 is what, 41? Plus 10 is 51. Plus 8. I can do that. 22, 19, 10, 8. There we go. And now we've got a rocket ship. I know there's a trophy for this one. So let's what? I took a photo of the keyboard. Yes, 51423. Okay, so 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, is this wouldn't be very high? No, this doesn't make any sense because then these wouldn't be high enough on the scale to be worth anything. No. Let's reset everything back to 0. Ah. Oh, okay. I've got the keyboard. Oh, this is so much easier since it tells me what note it is. And I don't have to listen because I can't hear shit. If you're not musically literate, you're not going to get this. A0. And the next one is C1. Or A sharp 0. Right? That's what that's called, A sharp. And this one is F1. Whoops. This is middle C. And D sharp 2. Yeah, there's no way I would have been able to do this. Not if you're not musically inclined. So I need A sharp 0, C1, F1. No, they're numbered in order. First one is C1. The second one is C2. third one is D sharp 2. Right? Right? The fourth one is F1. And the fifth one is A sharp 0. Hey, got it. I do not have perfect pitch, so if it wasn't for the musical subtitles, no possible way I would have been able to get that. Okay, I could delete that image now. I don't need it anymore. All right. What do I got here? Oh, this is the submarine one where I have to take my awful pitch and navigate underwater. I was it a submarine or was it like a tram? I can't remember. Yeah. I do remember this is the puzzle I hated the most because I have terrible sense of sound. Okay, water running. Do I have a map of this place? Did I take a photo of a map of this place? I did, but I don't think that's very helpful. So water is, what direction is this? Where is my rocket ship on this map? I don't know, this map isn't very helpful. Lava rumbling. Broken clock sounds. Wind blowing. And here's the submarine. Red page. Ethereal crystal sound. Ethereal crystals make sounds? I assume I want all those lights on. Wind is this one. Oh, I have to line them up looking at whatever's making that sound. Okay. That makes sense. Man, the audio subtitles definitely make this a lot easier. This looks like it's underwater. Crystal water. Why don't they all light up? Hold on, let me write that again. Crystal, water, wind, lava, clock. Why don't the lava in the clock light up when it's played? But the order is crystal, water, wind, lava, clock. Did I not turn on the lava and clock switches? Clock switch? No, that's crystal. Here's the clock switch. Clock switch is on. Oh, I gotta push them in order. No, it's wind. Crystal. Water. Wind. This one has to be lava. And this one has to be clock. And the bathysphere. Or submarine, whatever they want to call it. North is the only way to go, okay. Spin sound? The fuck is a spin sound? I don't remember hearing a Could be south, could be west. Stop, stop, stop. Stop. How do I stop? Oh, okay. Let's try west. How will I know if I failed or not? Clink. The fuck? Is there like a hint? Can't leave. So Clink could be north. Could be east, but I just came from east, so I don't think it's that. Okay, assuming west was correct. Let's write this down. So spin equals west. Clink. North is the only option because I just came from east. So that doesn't make any sense. So let's try clink is north. Exhaust. Exhaust was south in the mechanical age, I think. But I just came from south. So that wouldn't make any sense. So east could be exhaust. Maybe east was exhaust and I'm... South was cowbell. That's what it was. East was exhaust. I think south is cowbell. So let's say east is exhaust. Exhaust equals east. Because I'm going to assume south is cowbell. And east, let's go another east. South is cowbell. I was right. South equals cowbell. I did not think information retained from different worlds. So I guess it does. South again. That was long. Spin. Spin was west. This is so much easier having these audio subtitles. Oh, shit. The compass is spinning. Cowbell and spin. Spin was west, cowbell was south, so this would be southwest. Audio subtitles make this so much easier. spin is west. Spin and clink. So that's west and north. So northwest. Clink and exhaust. Clink is north, exhaust is east, so that would be northeast. Clink is north. Exhaust and what? Exhaust and cowbell. Southeast. There was no sound. I guess this is the end. I always hated this age just because of the audio. This was so much easier. Alright, I can delete those pages from my photos since I don't need them.
Finally returned. I owe you a debt of gratitude, for you have nearly released me. My name is Sirius. I trust that from your explorations you've become convinced that my wicked brother Achenar is guilty, and I am innocent. It is I who am wrongly imprisoned here. By my father. I don't know who you are, or how you came to this island, but I assume you must at least know something of the books. His father was a master of the books. He wrote hundreds of them, all describing and linking to the fantastic places and ages which he had discovered. The room in which you now stand was our father's library. It was here in this room, on this island named MYST, that he housed most of his books. By now, you have surely discovered that Achenar is burnt. Our father was always always watchful of our exploration. We grew up under his strict supervision. But when we came of age, he gave us unbridled access to the MYST books. He began to leave our adventures more and more unchecked. Supervised as we were, my brother began to become disturbed. He began to take more from the MYST ages than he had given. Soon he gained a pleasure in the conquest and destruction of the other ages. It was horrific. His thirst for destruction. Alas, even I discovered his insanity. He had completely destroyed all of the MYST ages but 4. I wasted no time. In warning my father, I thought he would recognize Akhenat's guilt. But in a fit of rage, he imprisoned both my brother and myself within the pages of these books, designed to hold us until he could judge which of us was guilty. To discover the truth, our father embarked on one final chapter. However, he has never returned. I can only assume that he perished along the way, leaving me, an innocent victim, trapped forever. But now, you are here to release me. Listen carefully. You must find one more page and I will be forever free. There is a book on the shelves. This library, which is mostly burned but has a few pages still intact. It is the last book on the middle shelf. Find it. This book is filled with a variety of patterns. Find pattern 158 and recreate it on the door of the fireplace. This will bring you to the last red page. Bring that page to me, and I will finally be released and able to reward you, of course. Ignore the blue page. Page finishes my brother's book. Chills me to even think what would happen if you were to release him. There is another warning. Where the red and blue pages reside, also resides a green book. If you touch the green book, you also will be imprisoned forever. Our father gave us this same warning long ago. Just you follow it. Go now. Soon be.
Wait, what page? 152, did he say?
You don't yet have the final page. You must not have understood my directions. Find pattern 158, the last book on the middle shelf.
158. Okay. That's the pattern. Now what? Ah.
story. Zatris. Met my son, series of books on East Island. Library. Writings. Fantastic places. It's an art I learned from my father many years ago. Oh, but the red and blue books, those were different. I wrote those books to entrap greedy explorers who might stumble upon my island of MYST. I had no idea my own sons would be entrapped. Sons. Cirrus and Achenar. We had many journeys together. Gave them free rein to the books. Perhaps it was not wise. I could see the greed growing in them. I had not told them about the red and blue books. Their imaginations went wild. They dreamed of riches and power. Of course, they did not know the books were traps. Begged me for access to those books, and I, of course, denied them. Oh, devised a plan. Evil plan. I had no idea to what extent their greed had progressed. Her own mother. Oh, my own dear Catherine. They used her to lure me here to Dunny. Of course, I could return to MYST, except they removed a single page from my MYST linking book. Cannot return without that page. You, my friend, can bring that page to me. Oh, I pray you believe my story above the lies that my sons have told you. If you could find it in yourself to return that page to me here in Dunny. Go to MYST. Justice to my sons for what they've done. Must return to my writing. Pray that you believe me. Please hurry. Bring the page. Bring the page with you.
All right, let's get the first bad ending.
Ah, my friend, you've returned. We meet face to face.
Oh, I don't like this at
Return the
all.
page.
This CG crap. I don't like this.
You didn't bring the page. You didn't bring the page. What kind of fool are you? Did you not take my warning seriously? Welcome to Dunny. You and I will live here forever. The devil are you? Don't come here to Dunny, not yet. Oh, I have many questions.
I'll let it out. Okay, let's get some more bad endings. Starting with this brother. You fool! Oh, this.
Yes! Yes.
I don't like this CG shit at all.
Oh, thank you, my friend. My dear friend. You've done the right thing. You stupid fool. It looks like perhaps you're in the book now. And what have we here? A page. No. I hope you enjoy your new home as much as I enjoyed it. I can't see you. You're getting less clear. I hope you're into books. The library looks much the same as I left it. Wagner! Oh. Goodbye.
And now let's get the other bad ending. See what Aknar has to say. I'm free.
Oh, yes. I feel alive. How do you feel, my friend? Oh, and what have we here? Perhaps the pages you worked so hard for. Oops. Perhaps you're seeing the world from my point of view. Oh, yes. Ooh. Serious. Serious. Maybe someone will rescue you someday. Yes. Yes. You lose.
The brothers suck. What a bunch of assholes. Alright, now let's get the real ending. Let's see. I took the photos of those marker puzzle. Okay, what does it say? The vault is located in very plain view on the island of MYST, and access can be achieved very easily if the simple instructions are followed. First, locate each of the marker switches on the island. Turn every one of these switches to the on position, then go to the Go then go to the dock, and as a final step, turn the marker switch there to the off position. Okay, okay. Oh shit. That was it? That's all you need to get to the white page? Was it always that easy? Even when I played the game as a kid? Huh. Where is he? There he is.
Ah, my friend, you've returned. The page. Did you bring the page? Done the right. I have a choice to. My sons have betrayed. I shall return shortly. It is done. I have many questions for you, but my writing cannot wait. Fear that my long delay may have already had catastrophic impact, which will be in a reward. Sorry. All I have to offer you of MYST and the books that are contained there, for you to explore at your leisure.
La Isurie.
Find your exploration satisfying. You'll no longer have my sons to deal with. Oh, one more thing. Fighting a foe much greater than my sons could ever imagine. At some point in the future, I find it necessary to request your assistance. Till that point, I'm afraid you'll enjoy the explorations from my library. Thank you. The book. You can use the MYST linking book to return to MYST.
All right. Da, 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 da. see. Let's do some trophy cleanup. What am I missing? Achieve the good ending without inserting a single red or blue. Well, I didn't do that. Achieve the good ending within 2 minutes. Well, I know the passcodes now, so I can do that. Found the skeleton in the mechanical age. That's this one. Spin sound was what? West. Yes, that's what I wanted. This is not where I find this. Let's see. MYST Remake Trophy Guide. Skeleton can be seen through telescope in Sirius's bedroom. Other bedroom. It is necessary to look for Bob before collecting the mechanical age's red and blue pages. Damn. Alright, I guess I can't do that. I'll have to do another run. South is Cowbell. Alright, now we do real MYST, which is rhyme. Whoops. I'm going to read that. Now that you have seen the destruction wrought by Cirrus and Achenar, you no doubt have a very specific idea of who they were. Greedious, envious, hateful men. But there is one more page to turn, one last age, where I hope you might see them as I did, as my sons. I'll be right back. Rhyme, I have named it. A desolate age with a beauty that is quite different than I had expected or imagined. Whoops. The intricate feathers of ice that fall from the sky are awe-inspiring. I feel as though I could sit and watch them for. I've never done rhyme because my copy of MYST is the original copy that came out early. Well, it's not the original. I think it's the second print. And it was before Real MYST came out there, so there was no rhyme. And I thought it is cold here, like I have never experienced before. I find myself enjoying the chance of temperature, for it is unlike any other place that I had ever seen. Perhaps the oddest thing is the silence. Although the wind blows on occasion, when it ceases, there is suffocating silence that fails on this place, broken only by the distant cries of unseen creature. It's getting a bit long, so I have visited 3 times and I'm not sure that this age will provide the environment I need. I believe the cold temperature is crucial for obtaining the necessary fractional light. Examining the structure of the books is ever more perplexing, but I am driven onward by my need to understand. The great tree of possibilities can never be fully grasped, but I must at least try to find one particular branch. Of course, the chance of using a blank linking book to find one specific age amongst the infinite variations must exist is infinitesimal. Like searching for a specific grain of sand on the beach, the only workable solution is to focus the connection of a damaged, unusable linking book. Perhaps I can bridge this much smaller gap. On the subject of enlightenment, I would also like to find the cause of the mysterious lights that shine in the darkness here. Though I never assumed that I would be able to build especially fast here, the speed at which I am progressing is somewhat disappointing. I do think I will bring Cirrus and Achenar, as well as some of the machinery from Selenitic. Achenar chose to stay with Catherine, and while Cirrus was unhappy at the prospect of forming a new age without his brother, he was still excited to come. He has spent the last few days here with me, helping me with the beginning of the phases of construction. He too seems to enjoy those yada 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 yada. Tonight, Cirrus and I found wondrous spot to view the lights. Yada yada yada. He loves his son. Construction delays. I'm trying to hold infinity in a bottle. Okay, I probably should take a picture of that. The lights were beautiful. Overwhelmed. Crystals. Destruction caused by Vivus and Aegarus. Rebuild Dunny. Riven. Hold on. Oh shit. Now finally some puzzle. 4-0. Two 735. All right. He just completely obliterated his sons. Okay, what was on this last page? Photos.google.com. Huh. What was that supposed to do? What is this? What am I doing here? No, that didn't do anything. This seems like a simple puzzle. I can only spin it one way. But what does... The picture I took doesn't really give an explanation of how to spin it. No. $2735. What the fuck does that mean? This picture is not helping me at all. I don't know what I'm looking at with this image. It just has a circle on the spot. And doesn't say what to do with the circle. I'm definitely missing something. Let's head back to the library. Look at that book again. What's up, loudmouth? Oh, is that the path to the airship? That's what that pattern is. It's the airship. Or the rocket ship. No, it's not. It doesn't match. Maybe it does. Which day one buys do I have on my list? Oh. I don't really have any day one buys. Most new games are just utter trash, so I don't think about it. Oh, I went back to the same exact place. Damn it. Do I have to go through this entire area to get back? Most new games, they're just so mediocre to the point where I'll wait a few months for them to drop in price and people's opinions to get finalized on whether the game is actually good or not. Because I've noticed people don't have good taste. So people say, oh, this game is great. And then I'll play it. I'm like, this game sucks. What the fuck were you talking about? And then sometime later, people will be like, that game sucked. And I'm like, yes, I told you that. And they'll be like, no, you didn't. Clink is south? No, Clink is north. Exhaust is east. Cowbell is south. You know, there was a time when I was excited for new games, but most games are just aggressively average. And you can't get excited for average. Especially the AAA games. All AAA games these days are just obscenely aggressively average. Spin is west. Cowbell spin is southwest. Spin is west. Yes, they're also aggressively feminized. There's no sense of achievement in so many games. Spin clink is northwest. Clink exhaust is northeast. Clink is north. Exhaust cowbell is southeast. I don't have any of my original Game Boy games. I sold them all when I was a kid in garage sales. For like $5 a piece. Back when they weren't worth anything. I don't understand how copies of Pokemon can be worth anything. They printed so many copies of that game. How can it be valuable? There should be millions of copies out on the streets. Oh, I definitely had a copy of Emerald. Let's try that. I don't quite understand what I'm supposed to be doing here. Yeah, I'm not worried about it. You can't, live in regret. Think about all the things you had as kids, all the early magic cards that you had. It's irrelevant. Like, I remember having a Black Lotus. I mean, I remember owning Bitcoin at 30 cents. You can't hold on to that regret of giving up things that you never knew were going to be valuable someday. Because when you had it, it wasn't. So it is what it is. Move on. I'm not sure if this has anything to do with this rocket ship. I may have to look up a walkthrough because I am completely lost here. Oh shit, there's a page. Catherine, I left you a message of most importance in the 4 chamber beside the dock. Enter the number of marker switches on the island into the imager to receive the message. I think there were 8. I can't even imagine how much a Black Lotus is worth now. Why can't I?
Catherine, my love, I have to leave quickly. Something terrible has happened. It's hard for me to believe. Most of my books have been destroyed. Catherine, it's one of our sons. I suspect Agatha, but I shouldn't leap to conclusions. I'll find him and Cirrus as well. Oh, I should have known better than to have left my library unchecked for so long. Well, I've removed the remaining undamaged books from the library and placed them in their places of protection. You shouldn't have to use the books until I return, but if you've forgotten the access keys, remember the tower rotation. And don't worry, Catherine. Everything will be fine. See you shortly. Oh, and erase this message after you've viewed it, just to be safe.
Alright, so that doesn't work. There's one rotation left. And that's that one. Let's see if that one does it. Brute forcing my way through all the viable options. This is the last option, so... No, that didn't seem to do anything either. Ah. Ah. Okay, what's on the photo I took? The photo says 2735. Rhyme. Hmm. I know there are a bunch of missable trophies here. So let's get them out of the way. No. A ladder I can't climb yet. Okay. I guess I need to figure out how to turn the generator on. This place lags like shit. Okay. I got gas coming in. This place is very laggy. Gotta be missing something. Oh. Well, that was easy. Gas is on, and apparently I just need to leave the gas on for 30 seconds. Well, got that out of the way. Alright, and that should release the doors. There we go. Yeah, I like this place. It's very atmospheric. I can't seem to control. There it goes. Upper color white, lower color white. Oh, am I controlling the color of the sky here? Well. I guess that's a book to return back to MYST. Rhyme, Volume 2. Yeah, I don't. Rhyme just doesn't interest me. It never has. That's why I never played it. Well, it looks like they're previewing the next game, Riven, in the Rhyme. And I never played Riven either. 1400. We shall repurpose the towers to allow the manipulation of lights in the sky. We will need to find the correct combined frequency and construct an additional tower to transfer the light to the imaging devices. The frequency of visible light in Rhyme is completely unique to this age. Correct combined frequency is 1400. So I need to find out what the set white, magenta, blue. Can I rotate? No. Can't rotate? I thought there was an option to rotate. Options. Controller diagram. Contextual rotate. Alright, so only if the item has specifically rotatability. Gonna leave the faucet running. See what happens. Can't go left and right there. Okay. Blue, magenta, cyan. Oh, what is this? Take some pictures of that. 14, 10, 7, 4. We found it. Even after all these years, I recognize it in an instant. Orange, blue, infinity in the bottle. I don't know what I'm looking at here. Huh. Max distance between the height of the top and bottom lenses cannot exceed 11 steps. It seems the light is unable to penetrate the ink of the book if the distance is too great to allow for needed refraction. Note 2 sequential lenses can have 4 matching iris sizes. Each lens color frequency must be unique. To compensate for its extreme refraction, any lens set to use the highest frequency color must also use the smallest iris. If a lens sits between 2 small iris lenses, it must be equal distance in distance to both. Okay. Lens frequency must decrease in order as they get closer to the book. Can increase or decrease, but they must do so in order. Even with the alteration of the base crystal shape into a flat lens, the laws of physics cannot be circumvented. And then they don't let me touch these. Okay. So this isn't a puzzle here. This is just an example. Oh, okay. Blank. Huh. The colors. Let's follow this one. What is this one? This is 26, 27 is a large blue. I can't get the 27 though. Okay, so the top one cannot be moved. Is that what it is? No, it can, but 20 is the top. Oh, shit. Okay. So orange on top, blue on the second. Okay, so I'm getting somewhere. Let me bring it on Google on my photos so I don't have to keep going back to these pages. Each frequency must be unique. Okay, that's good to know. That means... Alright. Okay, I think I understand. So blue would be on 12. Come on, Google, refresh. I hate how Google doesn't always sync quickly. Come on, Google Sync. There we go, finally. Alright. What we got on these photos? So 12, okay. This one is... It cannot be blue or orange, I know that. And this is going to be middle height. And this bottom one is 4. I know that. Four is small. Alright, so So 12, middle 4, orange, blue. Max distance between the height of the top and bottom lens cannot exceed 11 steps. But it said... Okay, so that means this one is not 20. The highest it can be is 15. That's good to know. In fact, it has to be 15 because that's as close as I can get it with that being at 12. Okay, good to know. Since the bottom one is 4. To allow for neither refraction, no two sequential lenses can have matching size. So, since... Why can't I control? Since the middle one is definitely level 2, why can't I control? Why can't I? It's not letting me interact. There it goes. Nope. There we go. All right. Since this one has to be level 2, the first and third one cannot be level 2. Any lenses set to use the highest frequency color must also use the smallest iris. What's the highest frequency color? I don't know. Maybe it's something with this. Oh, this is the frequency. So blue is the highest frequency. Right? So blue must be the smallest iris. I'm gonna guess. If any lens sits between two small irises, it must be equal distance, which it is at 8. Lens frequency can increase or decrease, but they must do so in order. I cannot. There's no handle on that. I cannot change the lens size. So that must be maximum. Okay. So that has to be large. If that has to be large, then this has to be medium. But that can't happen because this white one has to be medium. Lens frequency must increase or decrease, but they must do so in order. Okay, I think I've got the levels and the lenses properly. I just need to figure out the colors. Oh no, let's check other areas. Can I keep going down? Nope. The water's still running? I guess I didn't do anything. It's not letting me. Oh, maybe because the aurora's already on. Must add up to 1400. I know that. Let's try that. Cyan and blue. Nope, I guess I do have to continue on with that color wheel puzzle thing. I think I'm gonna need to take more pictures. I have a feeling that everything is a hint. Alright, are these the matching sizes? Maybe the sizes are what's important there. Rhyme Volume 2. Number of variables feel insurmountable. Oh, these are the sizes, not the levels? Oh shit. It's lit up. I never noticed that. Can I click on it? No, it just lights. Okay. Okay, so what do I have in this picture? Orange. Orange, I can't switch the size. So there's not sizes. I don't know. These photos that I've taken are not really helping very much. I'm completely lost. I mean, from what this picture I just took shows me, it says that the 4 should be smallest lens. Okay. And 8. Now the second one is 2 lens. And 4 and 12. But equidistance can also be 9. And if that's the case, then this cannot be large. No, never mind. Huh. Let's go back to the book. What does it say? Max distance 11 steps. It has to be 4. 11 steps is 15, so that's right. 4 and 15 is right. 12 is right. No two sequential lenses can have matching sizes. And since 15 is locked in at that size, and this has to be small. It has to be. Because it cannot be large and it cannot be medium, because the one below it has to be medium, because that is in the book. Yes. So those 3 are correct. Each lens frequency must be unique. Fine. I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm completely lost. So, the top one I know is absolutely correct. $12, it has to be small because the one below it has to be medium and the one above it has to be large, and it has to be blue because that was in the book. So these top 2 I know are absolutely correct. Now the next 2, they cannot be orange, they cannot be blue. Let's go back to, okay. If a lens sits between 2 small irises, it must be equal distance to both. Now, the only small iris I have here is 12. but I can make 4 small, which, okay, I have it small right now, in which case this one has to be 8. And this one also has to be medium. I know that. So let's assume that the size and placement of those two are correct. The only thing I need to know is the color. And I know that each lens color frequency must be unique. Lens frequency must decrease in order as it gets closer. What is the frequency? What is frequency? Is frequency that table it showed before? I didn't take a photo of it. Damn it, I have to go back and look at it. This one. I thought I did take a picture of this. And this doesn't have all the colors to see the frequency, so it doesn't really help. If that is frequency. I don't know. What does frequency mean? I can try brute forcing it, because I think the only thing I've got wrong is the colors of these bottom two. I think everything else is correct. I do want to take a picture of this so I can look at it on my computer. Can increase or decrease, but they must do so in order, even with the alteration of the base crystal shape into a flat lens. Any lens set to use the highest frequency color must also use the smallest iris. I don't know what that means. I don't know what frequency is. Okay, so frequency is color. Is this frequency? So orange on top, blue. So cyan has a higher frequency than blue. So orange, blue, and then white has a higher frequency than... No. I don't know. Maybe. No. I'm so confused. What the fuck am I doing here? Oh, the frequency is 1400. So let's go back up top. All right, so that's frequency, and it goes up as it goes right. So, say the right is white, green, cyan, blue, purple? No, that's magenta. And then orange. And then back to white. No, doesn't that make white the lowest frequency? Yeah. And then green at the top. White's the lowest frequency. So green, cyan, blue, magenta, orange, white. Alright, so what we got here? We've got orange, blue. Okay, so magenta's out and white is out. I can't control. Damn it, the controls on console for this are awful. It's not letting me control things. Okay, so cyan, and then below that would be green. Hey. Okay, so now what? Okay. Oh shit. Oh, so basically this is a preview for the next game. So that's what Rhyme was. Rhyme was simply a preview of their next game. So I can probably get previews of these other places I've already been to. And the blank Celematic Mechanicals. Yeah, I don't need to see those. I've already been there. So Riven. I've never played Riven. Okay, okay. Alright, so now they've done that. Now what? I guess they just returned the MYST? No, there was a There was more. There was a ladder. How do I lower that ladder? Really? That's all it was? Hit a switch? And I'm dumb enough who... I'm a dumb idiot who missed it? Seriously? Oh, this is MYST. This is the code for MYST. Which I don't need. I can just go to MYST. I don't need to use the puzzle color thing to see it. Let's see what we got here. Akinara's journal. Here's a different one. Oh, this is Stone Ship. Okay, yeah, I don't need that. Oh, so each one of these is a different age where you can just view it. And the puzzle was specifically for Riven. Okay, that makes sense. Alright, well, let's head back up to MYST. That is pretty much it. The game has been beaten. Maybe I'll do Riven next week. I've never played Riven before, so even though I had some inklings of memories with this game, although it's been 30 years, so it wasn't a lot. I've got no memories of Riven. Why are the roads lit up? They weren't lit up before. I never did the constellations. Should probably get that trophy out of the way. Yeah, the roads are gone now. Alright, so these are the dates to look up. God, having a cell phone. I love it. Makes doing these puzzles so much simpler. Alright, what we got? We got October 11, 1984. At 10:04 in the AM. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. Okay. Is that... Viewed some dated constellations. Well, there's one. That's October 11th, 1984. 10:04 a.m. Let's do January 17th. Uh, 12:07. At 5:46 a.m. Next is November 23 at 6:57. p.m. That would be 18. 97, 91. That's a year. November 23. There we go. All right. Now, I'm calling it a night. I'm tired. I've been streaming for over 6 hours. Damn, I lost track of time playing this game. I enjoyed myself. You know? Solving puzzles. Something I haven't done in video games in a long time because puzzles in games these days are so simplistically stupid easy. Anyways, peace out, Herv. Peace out, Loudmouth, if you're still here. You guys have a good... Oh, I got a new Switch for my home network, and the internet did not drop out at all during the stream. So that's pretty good. Anyways, peace out.